good morning. I hope you're all doing fantastic. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney number 2. This is Ace Attorney part number 91. Yes, I checked. Yes, we are on part 91. It is seeming as though we may actually enter the hundreds here before we finish off. That's insane. This is the longest running series we've ever done. Technically, they're all different games, but, you know, as a colloquial thing, it is the longest one, like, I guess, project, you could call it, we've ever taken on. And we're nearing the end here. We're in the end games. We're only on case 2, but, you know, more so with how many games we have left. There's only one game that we are unable to play, and that's the crossover, but, you know, I digress. We've talked about that at length. So last time we continued on with the trial, and we got to the juror's contention. So that's where we're going to kick off from here. Now, this is going to be irrelevant soon, but I have not uploaded the last Ace Attorney stream to YouTube yet because I have to edit it, and I kind of forgot about it until last night. I remembered, and then I was like, well, shit. So I'm going to have to do that later today. I was planning on double streaming, but that will have to wait, I guess, because I got to get that done before Twitch deletes it. So that is in my future. But in your future, we got more Ace Attorney coming up. So, yeah, I mean, let's hop in. Yeah, sorry I don't have a more detailed last time on. I don't really remember. It's been a couple days, and again, there was that whole... Well, it wasn't even my internet crashing. It was just Twitch just canceled me. They just turned it off. I hope they don't do it again. Please, Twitch. Please. No news, I guess, to share before we begin. You know, usually I give, like, a rundown if there's anything that's happened, but nothing really. I mean, Switch 2 prices are going up in America for, like, accessories. El Bozo. Our ones aren't. It's so sad because I keep seeing people, like, the only thing people are talking about is the cost, and it's like, well, it's not changing here, and, you know, we've got, like, pretty good prices here, so, sorry, you know, I don't even know what to say. It's just, yeah, unfortunate for the Americans in the chat. So, well, I can't think of anything else to say, so let's just begin. Let's dig right in to the 91st episode. Oh boy!
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
Sorry, I kind of What was his voice?
I'm a man of logic.
Something along those lines.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Okay. Big Gas has something to say about that. Thank you, Big Gas.
Truth be told, the teeth my wife serves me for me is a little sketchy at times.
What? How does that have... What?
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Okay, it's coming back to me. That's right, we were contesting poison in the tea. And there was no poison in the tea, and we're trying to, you know, sort that out to prove that there was no poison in the tea that he was served. So, yeah, there you go. It's coming back, it's coming back. Oh, hold on, I should turn the game up. If there's one thing I always forget, it's what I leave my game volume at. Because games don't have, like, an equilateral, volume for some reason. It's always like, okay, this game's incredibly loud at this volume, and this game's incredibly quiet at this volume, so you gotta keep messing around with it. It stinks. We gotta listen to the juror's findings theme. It's so good.
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced some decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unsaleable as we'd hoped.
Can you remind me what that was?
Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court, incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will
be found guilty. Ah, yeah, Natsume. He's a kook. He's been showing up so much. I've almost had enough of him. Almost.
No delays, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Oh god, I gotta do his voice too. Ugh, look at that freak back there. I just want to kick him in the... I just want to kick him. Alright, well, man of logic, consider all the evidence, okay. Gas is far too expensive. Doesn't come free. Alright, well, let's get pressing. There's nothing obvious to me at the moment.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Look who's talking. Says the English man with a bigger mustache. Exactly right.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Well, let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Ratchet and Clank deadlocked? Bah?
Hold it!
Sorry, no, just Ratchet deadlocked. Clank was killed off. This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost so much? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here.
Yes, madam?
Seems my fellow juror takes issues with the price of our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. But anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Good boy.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
You take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison you, it doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Oh! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man,
Yes?
you have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representative.
Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Alright, has anybody changed? No.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? Little explosion here, there's nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. The gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Ultimate is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. Just so full of their non-scruple-having contentment.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. We've got a foreground of fat and large men who fought into pipes all day, and well, that heats all your housings.
Sorry. I had to say something. It just popped in my head. I couldn't not say it.
But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit our customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Uh-oh. Shut your goddamn mouth, boy! Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3?
Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
Really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yeah. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An ultimate gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the paperwork. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir. That's what the fella said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Please, tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Ah, please, everybody knows. Well, it was nearly the death of me, I tell you.
What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Oh, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around the neighborhood to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and can you guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean...
That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster. Oh! Is that how the previous tenant of the other room died? Because if you don't know, that tenant died to suffocation of gas.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fella. Are you trying to kill us all, I said?
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's... Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Ugh. My glasses are so, I don't know, foggy. I might need to give them a wipe down. Hold on a minute. Where's my thingy? I tried wiping it earlier with something else, but nope. Oh, thank you, foolproof. No, he can't be. Not yet. My rent isn't due.
Freddy is outside your house right now.
Freddy, I paid my rent on time, please.
Come watch my movie on December 23rd. No, I don't.
When's it coming out? December something? I don't remember. December 5th, I think. Hold on, let me quickly wash my glasses. Yes, I saw. You shared the one with Paul Rudd, which is really cool that they did that. So out of left field. Getting Paul Rudd back to do a campaign for Switch 2. It's very, very cool. At first, when you sent it, I was like, what is this? I don't understand. And then I saw the other one Nintendo uploaded, the original one, back in the 90s, and goddamn, that man has not aged. Paul Rudd has very much not aged too much. He looks very good. I was like, oh, he must have been a kid in the 90s. Let's see this, but no, he looks pretty grown there too, so. Damn, Paul. They did an English version of that Japanese one you sent? Yeah, I mean, good luck marketing to the Americans, because, you know. Donald Duck has kind of inflated your prices to astronomical levels. You guys are paying like $150, $160 New Zealand for controllers. Like, that's crazy. We're paying like how much was it? 120 for a brand new Pro controller, and then that converted is like 65-ish for our ones. Hey Google. 120 NZD to USA. $71. So our controllers are 71. So that's like 20-ish bucks, like, cheaper than your guys. It's so sad. I feel really bad for you guys. I mean, I'm getting sick of listening to you guys complain about prices, but it's crazy. Yeah. I mean, Rip Bozo, I guess.
Very well, juror number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in trouble. Yeah, that's good. I think they probably, because of all your, like, the tariff nonsense and stuff, I think they had to make the decision to either increase the price of accessories and games or increase the price of the console. I think they did make the right call. I think having the accessories go up is a better call than making the console go up. Because as long as you can get consoles into homes, eventually when accessories do go down in price, you know, perhaps in a few years once a certain someone's not in the office anymore, you know, perhaps, you know, everything will look up. Games also stay the same? Yeah, but I mean, you guys are still paying $80, $90 for your games. I mean, that's still way more than what we're paying, so, you know. You know.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? It was brought up proper. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
What happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
Yeah, okay, she's putting a little salt into his, to his tea. I mean, get pranked, bro.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Oh, unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Yes.
Hold it!
Alright, old man. Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning?
Sorry, what's that now?
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night...
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to the other jurors, who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose. The trouble is...
He has selective hearing?
Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that was so desperately needed. Okay. Well, we gotta change. No need. Yeah, I did see that. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw it. I was like, oh, poor guy. Try being British, I don't know. No, I didn't want to hold him again. That was an accident. I've actually been watching a lot more Nintendo Life. I forgot how much I love Nintendo Life. Like, their stuff is great. I love their dynamic. Alright. You and you.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Yeah, what? Yes, of course, I heard him mumbling about something or other. Something about 5 minutes and ready to, you know,
Purple Man animatronic, but that was a hoax back in the day. You know, back in my day, we had the Purple Man animatronic, who, you know, was kind of just a remodeled Golden Freddy. It was...
Okay. That's enough. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
Oh, what explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there.
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work! He's a man.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
God, I fucking hate him. I hate his stupid animations. But I love it. I love to hate it. It just looks so stupid. I wish he did fucking fall to the poison. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good Lord! Are they tasty, then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas?
Well, okay, was no one listening to the explanation that, you know, to test for the light flickers and turn the lights off if you blow hard enough?
Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him then. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you said.
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. Oh, all the handprints by the photo. He wasn't getting pegged. He was blowing pipe. Oh, it makes sense now. The irony is not lost on me. And I have evidence to prove it.
All right, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see the evidence then.
All right.
What the?
These are, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, Counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is certainly assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court. However...
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
Oh, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sherlock Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I remember when he was the voice of the phone guy. And then they didn't bring the phone guy back for the movie. It doesn't make any sense. He was an essential part. I agree. This month's edition of the Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appeared to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
around the hanged picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible, but by that angle you would expect him to be bending over in some capacity. Perhaps pegging was involved.
Not as much pegging, but blowing pipes.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing there with your hands where those prints are. Would you find yourself... and you would find yourself directly in front of...
In the front of... Ah! I don't believe it. The gas lamp!
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right, what have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say? I can't even remember what I said 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 seconds ago.
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in a certain building flicker. And now if you'll recall juror number 3's statement.
Oh, me now?
When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started to leak from the rooms. Obviously, that incident was no accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Okay, do you have a real objection, or are you just gonna make fun of me some more, Fuck this guy.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But... Please, my lord, if I may.
Miss Susato?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And, if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Oh, saved by the Susato.
You're right! Whether those strange handprints are significant too or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about these shady handprints.
Well, that's 2 innocents. I think we need 2 more.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence.
It's just... I think they reused a bunch of characters for this case. Because apparently they were low budget. So I hope the next case we have a new jury. But yeah, this does reuse a bunch of characters. We've got 1 new jury member. But it shouldn't.
If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Uh-oh.
He's sweating.
Why, Mr. Shamsbury, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo? You can do it!
Very well. Continue, counsel.
I love Monster. A big white monster drinking a big monster. Alright. Let's see here. Gas doesn't come free. Well, now I don't know. To watch and pursue. Do I have to... No. Guess doesn't come free. Yeah, anybody who's innocent, I don't have to take anymore. I guess I'll...
Hold it!
Hold again? Is he gonna react again? You have to at least get, like, you have to get more of the jurors on your side to continue the case. So you need to have at least 4 innocents, and then you can continue regular game. Okay, hold on. This is new now. Sorry, I don't know when the new dialogue started, because most of that was the old dialogue.
I concur, though, if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career and nothingness.
Thank you so much.
Hold it!
It's just gonna be the same thing about salt. Okay. I guess you can press U again.
Hold it!
They maybe I should just try pit them. It doesn't seem like they... I guess we could maybe pit him and the lady. Maybe it's like, oh, the new evidence of blowing into pipes. That's something. I don't know. Oh, here we go.
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsbury had indeed put his mouth on the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we shall pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides...
Yeah?
Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? No. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What?
Yeah, that's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
Oh, no, 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 don't switch back!
No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? It's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Are you sure that Mr. Shakespeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Supporting testimony. Didn't Natsume's stuff go out again? Another racist British white guy in the early 1900s. Classic. Exactly right. You gotta love 1900s Britain. Uh... 1:30 a.m. System talking watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. Okay, okay. Just checking if we have any evidence. We might have to go for a supporting testimony. I think that might be our best bet here. Someone who recognized that the lights went out. I don't remember if Garadeb said anything about that. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is a witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
Oh, this is incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything's linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas and the Garadeb residence that night, namely... Well, it's either him or Garadeb.
Take that!
Yeah. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Sosuke Natsume himself. Because I do remember him yapping on about how his stuff always goes out as when he, like, after he goes to sleep. He turns it on to heat up the room and then goes to sleep and then it goes out. And then he gets strangled in his sleep.
The defendant.
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night as it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly! Oh, goodness gracious!
So that Shakespeare fellow blew into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose.
Oh, George, what would he do that for?
Oh, look at him. Mr. Foreman!
Oh, what is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet, however, you must surely agree there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
Yippee! We did it! Hooray! We can continue!
As 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord, we've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of the jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and in accordance with the law of the land. I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamsper.
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How'd you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Van Zeeks, you're gonna have so many eggs on your face when this becomes commonplace, bro. When this becomes commonplace and everybody's using these handprints and you're over there in your crotchety fucking, rocking chair, back in my day. Get out of here with your false convictions.
Oh, me! As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hand against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But you have no proof that he did do it. Do you? But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are any traces of poison
Objection.
there... Okay, of course you have an objection to that.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required.
Yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread onto the pipe, it would have to be completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't even think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described.
I can. The treasure of a certain little Mr. Evil little character. A little murderer.
Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air to the gas pipework where he lived?
There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. I want another monster. I'm out. It's so tasty. I wish I had another one. Now all I got is water. Boo-hoo. Yeah, it is. It's only about 45 days now, I think. Wait, what? I sent something last night. Wait, what was it? Yesterday? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be 45 days today. Still 46 for you guys, but... Man.
I gotta get me hands on that thing, boy. I gotta get my switch due, baby. I'm waiting. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery so far. I was actually thinking of continuing Pizza Tower, because that's one of the games that we have still ongoing that I do want to return to. But I was thinking, maybe I should wait for Switch 2. I don't know. Maybe I should wait to do it on the new Switch. I'm not sure. And then there's always the possibility they're going to port it to PlayStation, and then that'll be easier to register, like, getting a Platinum Trophy with, because that's what we're doing with the replay of Pizza Tower. Is going for 101%, I think, is the max. And it's like all P ranks, all achievements. I'd like to do it on PS5 and get, like, a Platinum Trophy for it, but it's not on PlayStation yet. I don't even know if they have plans for it. But I guess, if it not to happen, then whatever. If I do complete the Switch 100% run before a PS5 port's announced. I probably will get the PS5 port whenever they do it, but I'll probably just not stream that and have that just to play in my pastime, I guess. Because honestly, I could replay Pizza Tower endlessly. It is so good. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
Yeah, I know, right? I was so sure of myself that Nintendo would finally be joining the achievements gang, and like, they still haven't. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, they're following on industry standards of like upping their graphics and everything and the processing power. I mean, the Switch 2 is seeming to be like one of the strongest consoles for its price. Like, people are over-exaggerating the price of that console itself. Like, that thing looks like a powerhouse. Like, we're in the early days. People are still getting used to the thing. Like, a few years in, we're gonna get some crazy shit. Like, mark thy words, you know? But no achievements? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh yeah, did you guys see? Sorry, there is a little bit of news. It's nothing really, but Nintendo said stay tuned for Mario. Literally just outright said stay tuned for more Mario. So, I think that's kind of a soft confirm that we're getting Mario at least next year or the year after. Yeah, it's a handheld too, dude. Like, Switch 2 is gonna outrank the Steam Deck. Steam Deck's big problem I've seen its ability to run things well. It doesn't run things that great. And the Switch 2, from what we've seen, has been running things fantastically. And an era of 4K Nintendo's gonna be crazy. Holy shit, they're making a new bar. Yeah, I know, but, you know. We weren't sure if, like, the new Donkey Kong meant that Mario was further off. I kind of always guessed that Donkey Kong Bonanza's been kind of done, at least for a year now. I think because the Switch 2 was meant to come out last year. I full-heartedly believe that the Switch 2 was meant to come out last year and just got pushed back due to like scheduling and stuff, and like the world's economy and shit like that kind of just pushed it back. But with how 2023 was and like Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4 and all of that, that felt like the send-off year. Switch 2 was supposed to come out last year. I'm pretty damn certain. So I think Donkey Kong was probably nearly done like last year around probably this time. So I'm fairly certain we're going to see 3D Mario. If not at the June Direct, it'll be September. And it'll be slated for like March next year or something. It's going to be early. I mean, if they want, they could save it for like October next year, holiday, but I'd hope not. At least I would hope not. Might see a big Zelda next year too. I don't know. Ugh, these fucking robots, dude. Twitch, please kill all robots. Like, how do we still get them? I don't understand. Like, can't I get, like, blacklisted from all these bots? Because obviously I've never, ever clicked on one. I've never fell for it. Ugh. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd face death in no time.
Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a huge fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. Oh, I mean... No, we got Donkey Kong. I've seen people been, like, really upset that we getting Donkey Kong instead of Mario. Bro, Donkey Kong is gonna be almost better than Mario, I think. I think it's gonna be at least good enough, you know? It looks so fucking good. Like, I do not need Mario. I have Donkey Kong, okay? Like, that shit is definitely being developed by some of the Odyssey team. That shit is gonna be polished as fuck. It's gonna be a masterpiece. And it has Donkey Kong in it. So it's already better than Mario Odyssey. Did Mario Odyssey have Donkey Kong? Actually, yeah, it did. I forgot. It did, actually. Did Mario Galaxy have Donkey Kong? No. What was the game before Galaxy? Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, and that was developed by the Galaxy team. So, coincidence? Honestly, I'd love if the team that's working on Donkey Kong Bonanza maybe did a DK64 remake or something like that next as like a AA title instead of AAA. I think that'd be cool. I just really want to play Donkey Kong 64, honestly. Even if it just comes to NSO, I'd like to play it. I've been yearning for DK64. I really want to try it. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a huge fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsper was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Yeah, true. True. I'm really hoping we're getting Animal Crossing, like the OG Animal Crossing on GameCube for NSO. But then again, it might be a situation where it's like Smash Bros, where they're working too hard on the like newer ones that they don't want to, you know, harm the sales. I think there's a better chance of Animal Crossing happening than Smash Bros Melee, but you know, we'll see. Maybe we'll get both. I mean, Smash 64 still hasn't happened, so. And honestly, that one doesn't have any crossover characters, so that one seems like that one seems so crazy they haven't done it. Like, literally, there's no crossover characters. The game is so far back that, like, nobody would prefer 64 over Ultimate. You know, if they had if they didn't have the nostalgia for it, then it would just be a novelty. Obviously, people prefer Melee over Ultimate just because of, like, how it plays and the history it has, but... So I could see them not wanting that one, but Smash 64, I don't know how they haven't done it. There's no crossover characters, it's all Nintendo stuff. It's archaic, so it wouldn't really adhere the sales of Ultimate. Not that Ultimate's getting many sales anymore, I mean, it's old as fuck and it's not getting updated, so... You know, I don't get it.
Good gracious.
Objection!
Yeah, that wasn't gonna sit right with him.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe.
You know, I wonder if Ace Attorney will ever come to GBA Online. Like, Ace Attorney 1 to 3. It'd be interesting to see if they would port that over. Then maybe not, because we have the HD collections, but... I don't know. It'd be interesting to see that. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, even if the Switch 2 is not going to sell as well in the US, I think it's going to do blockbusters everywhere else. Like, Mario Kart in every other region, I think, is way cheaper and, like, more normal price. Mostly. It is here. So I think it's going to, like, Mario Kart's going to just start selling fucking billions. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Actually, speaking of that, I keep, like, checking the Switch 2 to see if it's sold out anywhere. And I said that it's sold out at EB Games, but they actually restocked. They restocked a pre-order. I never see that happen. They actually restocked a pre-order, so... Like, we're getting even more units here. Like, we ran out at a certain place, and then they got more. Like, that's crazy. Like, usually when a pre-order happens, I don't know, they usually don't bring more in, to my knowledge. And yet, here we are. Pretty nuts. I can't believe they're still selling the Mario Kart 8 bundle for regular Switch. Like, Burhead. No, they weren't. Definitely not. Like, my friends were, like, kind of making fun of me a little bit. Like, oh, you were so worried about getting a Switch 2, now they're not selling it anywhere. It's like, yeah, but, like, we're a small country that doesn't have much interest in Nintendo generally. So I was expecting everybody who wasn't a Nintendo was going to go absolutely ham, get theirs right away. And because, you know, they probably didn't order that many, we weren't going to have, like, a big influx of systems. Completely wrong. Completely wrong. Yeah, it's still at everywhere that I can see. I'm just hoping all my stuff comes on the day. You gonna bet Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is gonna sell 1 million more copies this year? I mean, Mario Kart 8 didn't really sell crazy at the start, if I remember. Like, it sold really, really good. But the thing with Mario Kart 8 is it never stopped selling. So it just eventually outranked everything because it just didn't stop selling. Like, everything slowed down to where, you know, games were, I don't know, selling like 1,000 per every other month. You know, at most. Once it had been like a year or two. But Mario Kart, that shit was selling crazy. You know, Eevee's got regular Switch 2s back in stock.
The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the pipe with poison? So we must ask, how could anyone have known Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs?
Yeah, I guess they must. I know there's a lot more Nintendo fans here than I give us credit for, just because I don't really meet many of them. Like, most of my friends are Nintendo fans here that I've met, but I only have my small group. Like, everybody else that I talk to about video games is like, oh, FIFA, oh, cool, Call of Duty. It's like, bro, are you still living in fucking 2013? Like, that is so unequivocally lame. Like, I hate when people are like, oh, you play video games? Oh, you like Call of Duty? It's like, no! I don't like Call of Duty. I don't like Fortnite. I don't like FIFA. I like art. I like fucking art, man. I like video games with an artistic vision. Not to say they don't. Obviously, they, well, not FIFA, but Fortnite and Call of Duty, they got their artistic forms. I've just had enough of it, okay? I'm just over it. It's old. You know, it's old news. Too many. And Fortnite, you know, I don't know. I just got an adherence to Fortnite that I just don't like it very much. I'm sure it's a good game to a degree, but you know, It's got Beerus from Dragon Ball Super, and then you got Peter Griffin from Family Guy. I don't know. It's kind of based, but it's kind of like I don't even know what to make of that. But my point is, that's just like those are like the 3 games that everybody knows, and like just people who don't really actually play games but think they do when they just play those. It's just like, can we talk about real video games like Terraria? You've got Peter and Beerus on your Fortnite account, and of course you would. Hell, if I played Fortnite, I would definitely as well. Beerus is one of my favorite characters, and Peter's too funny not to have gotten. I'm surprised they haven't put Simpsons on there yet. But I guess Peter Griffin's more like the funny guy, you know, like Peter in Fortnite. Like, Family Guy is not, like, that great of a show, but, like, Peter's just become a big meme. He's just a colloquial meme for the internet, so, you know, he's just popular now. I did see that Adventure Time stuff, yeah. They look very scuffed. Like, Jake looks really weird, but then again, I can't really say it's, like, too... It doesn't work because Jake can stretch, so, I mean, yeah, he could look like that. I just like him as a short little bean. Sorry about that little tangent. It just does piss me off where they're like, oh, you play video games? Oh, you like Call of Duty? It's like... No, I play real video games, like Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Have you played that? Huh? I don't think so. A real man's game. Fucking Stardew Valley. Have you played that? If you don't have 300 hours in Stardew Valley, don't even talk to me. Yeah, play Astrobot. Honestly, I wonder if any of these, like, people who only play, like, FIFA and Call of Duty and stuff, like, when they got their PS5, did they try Astro's Playroom? Because, honestly, that free game is, like, insanely good for what it is. Like, it's kind of a simple platformer, but it's incredibly good.
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could have possibly known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the pipe in what was a clear, retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it.
Oh yeah, Foolproof, when do you guys go on your break again? Because you guys go on break before Switch 2 launches, right? Sometime in May? Just curious. You may have told me, but I forgot.
In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe on in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean name the true culprit? Well, to my knowledge, it could only be really one person. I mean, It's gotta be Adrian B. Meterman, right? It could have been Duncan, I guess, but, you know. I feel like he's probably the only person. Oh, wait! It could have been Olive Green, but she just woke up from a comatose. Because her love was killed by him who did the pipe thing.
I know it may sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what...
Objection! I got something to say, and it involves the true culprit.
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, and I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what's your latest theory?
Take that!
You claim this person's the true culprit?
Uh-oh. It wasn't him! Oh, the true culprit. Him himself!
Take that!
Nope. Maybe it was Miss Green. Oh, wait, no. They're trying to implicate that, okay, it was Duncan. I think it was Duncan. You really threw me into the fire here.
Take that!
No, it wasn't? Oh, shit. I mean, he was under the same pretense of being, like, killed by him. So he, therefore, would have known, but I guess, you know, it was too late. Quinby Altamont? Maybe? Maybe it was you.
Take that!
Oh no! But she knew. Oh god. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna say olive green now.
Take that!
Oh my god, it was olive green the whole time. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago.
It was revenge for her to-be husband. Oh yeah, the letter. The letter. Okay, yeah. Alright.
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Of course he is, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 30 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True, on the night of the incident that occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison.
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friends fast through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope. Alright, well, before we continue, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom and maybe grab some more waters. I'm nearly out here. I'm going to need some more drinks to get through this, because I'm planning on a 5-hour stream today. No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? So we got 4 more hours to go. Or like 3 hours and 50-ish minutes. So I will be right back. Stay tuned, everybody. We had a E2 in the fridge, which is like this energy juice. I don't really need one because I had an energy drink, but hey, we got nothing else, so. And I don't think it has caffeine. I think it's just like electrolytes and stuff. Yeah. No caffeine. Very nice. I need my electrolytes because I don't go outside. It's also been rainy for the past couple days, which has been very, very nice. It's been a while since we've had like a proper, I don't know if you call it storm, but like a nice extended period of rainy, gray days. My favorite. So I've been a very happy boy. How long is it supposed to last, actually? It's supposed to happen today and tomorrow, and then it's gonna be sunny after that. Okay. Yippee! Yippee! Alright.
Well, Betty, let's get back to it, shall we? Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
The French has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Fantastic. I could have done the break after. But I don't know, we had a nice little music track there, so made sense to just do it there. Alright.
Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah! Good morning, my dear fellows! Dear Loch Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent!
I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful!
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes!
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness.
Shocking.
And so the conclusion of last night's experiments is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yeah, I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Ah,
Yes.
Yeah, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to...
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it did indeed contain strychnine.
So I was right.
Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
Could I have a word?
Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Oh yeah. Don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
Look in your face. I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not even here. Believe me, if I could do that, my life would be a whole lot simpler.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. It shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Man by the name of... Oh yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what?
Well, I've copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you.
These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is the shining diamond of its crown.
A shining diamond. In the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Well, let's take a peek. Let's take a quick little gander. So this is our bottle. Alright. Well. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look.
You mustn't be tempted to try it.
Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susato-san. Okay, so there's remnants on the bottom. Undoubtedly. Alright. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed by only his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds of worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He'd been suffering with a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Did that provide any new information? I guess it's just a bit more pronounced. Alright. Let's go.
Well, I shall leave you then. I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in a flood of tears, personally, so best of luck to you.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is gonna be the final battle. Oh boy. I won't really have saved Sosuke-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Oh boy! Let's prove this shit. A very good second case, I gotta add. It's been a very good mystery so far.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of the incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores.
Thank you for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the honourable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Ramsay, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
Oh boy. What a pair, what a pair.
Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Oh, yeah. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent or spouse.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
What a cordery.
Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes.
you are aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So I passed by the neighbourhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gunadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. And what other irrelevant things am I suspected of? So very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. Random, of course. I don't know if you're randoming knife attacks or not.
At this point in time, all that appears to be to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodging is the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about what exactly happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago, yeah. You mean you want me to relive that awful incident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me, but being poisoned. It's got nothing to do with me being poisoned, I mean.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow, when I suddenly was stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which you speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I've been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Yes, the second incident inside a week is what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is the most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you are not in your... Pardon me. You are not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine!
I suspected there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
It's true, it does seem as though they were unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Alright.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
I wish to actually take off my hoodie because I'm getting... Oops, sorry. I always put my mic too close to my mouth, but I need it there for, voice acting reasons. Ugh. Oh, that's better. It's just the dealy about fall, you know? In the morning it's cold, and then midday it starts heating up due to the mugginess. Not too far off winter, though. Cross-examined this ass.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was your fault. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit was arrested.
Yes, the incident had been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening. It should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive to the truth about this new case. Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What's it called?
Yeah, it's the Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the, on the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witnesses are student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago. Would you tell the court exactly what you were doing?
'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which you speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
True, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water and different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected Grubb's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush.
All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water at a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation? A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Oh god, I didn't bring tissues down. Now my nose is running like a faucet. Why is that? I don't even know. Is it the drink? Are the electrolytes exonerating my nose? I don't know. Ugh, gross. It's been about 40 minutes since I last went on break. I could just quickly run up and grab tissues real quick. I'll be very, very fast. Sorry. Sorry. I'll be so quick. I'll be very quick. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. I need to get tissues for my sick. Alright, I'm back. I got me my tissues. It's so strange. I've been fine all morning and then randomly just runny nose. Alright. Do I have evidence to explain those actions? The going to the pub? That is expensive? Yes, because you asked her to take you there, or yeah, you asked her to meet you there. Do we have that evidence? Do. I don't think we have the evidence yet. Like, she just told us. Not at the moment. Okay, yeah. Alright.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
There's nothing really. It's not even worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Oh, yeah. It was related to the card you were holding. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, "I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross."
Oh, what does it matter? It has nothing to do with Duncan.
Oh, I remember killing a man by the name Duncan. I mean,
Excuse me.
I did not do that.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be, that is the question.
That's the only Shakespeare quote I know.
Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me it's because you were possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean? After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. What?
Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be really known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours?
Miss Green,
Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong?
the card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yeah, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Oh yeah, baby. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it?
Miss Green strikes me as the type of person to open correspondence more neatly than that.
Oh wait, that's still me talking. Ah,
What is it?
the way the envelope's torn, I'm sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. Yep. Ba-boom, it's the same. Who would have guessed?
They go together
perfectly.
Woohoo! This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It It's Duncan Ross.
Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Well, it's clearly the note that he knows about. So we should probably do that on that, but first let's press this. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours?
Exactly, so how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still hold me here to court like this, honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
And yet in spite of that, you claim I was the culprit.
Well,
You certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it here. Yes, we know.
Bullet!
Blam, blah, blah. That was musical almost. Yes, I have evidence.
I have evidence right here! In my pocket.
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst.
Very well, I'll present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely...
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come here to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it very hard to believe that it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Well... Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
Lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I want to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
At your address, eh?
Objection!
At your address, eh? The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself at the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off edge of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits perfectly together with the envelope of the note you received.
Where'd you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room.
In my room?
Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Oh,
Well,
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions of the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. So that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn-off edge of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it.
you did what? Sorry, thou hast what?
Okay, he broke his fucking character.
Thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green,
Yes?
unless you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will duly be punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Alright, what kind of bullshit are they gonna produce this time?
I do remember now, 'twas a week ago. Peradventure that note was delivered unto me. On the day therein I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see that the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, it is so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon my table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid my eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know the lie around here.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was without question found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination of our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel?
Maybe all those electrolytes really are cleaning me out. God damn. Should down one of these whenever I'm feeling stuffy.
Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Shamspear's room. There's no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yeah, two facts are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one.
Hold it!
Why are you calling him a victim? I mean, a villain. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about this letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. O pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, humble woman?
Pure of heart, I don't think so. You're clearly not making see you're just a failure.
Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction therefore after death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo interject with some clever remark.
I'm blanking.
This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. As far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
It's evidence, yes.
All right.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew of him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choices be twixt I knew him and knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature?
Marry, naught will have to do better for me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? What do you mean to tell the court? That somebody did appear after all?
Oh?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sir, sire, flies.
Good lord.
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night dream, come to taunt me.
I think they were just flies.
I can't help but thinking the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared some time in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
You already said that.
And yet during that time Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shams's room.
Yes, of course. It's some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note.
Yeah, now we're starting to bring him over.
I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You will do well to remember that.
Oh, dear me.
What's Lord Van Zeke's getting at? I think he's starting to see the truth, buddy boy. The last one we gotta press. It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
Was she faking her coma?
For what reason would the witness have done that?
I
won't deny that Miss Green's position of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
If there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though. You don't know anything about it, huh?
Objection!
Poison? No. Well, at least I get a full set of charges again. And the other ones, you'd just be set to go back to having, like, as many as you had before. I'm glad it regenerates. I'm just gonna... No, I already did press... I'll try press that last one again, just in case. That tends to be my problem.
Hold it!
Oof, wow, I'm really sweating. What's the temperature today? Yeah, 20 degrees. That definitely explains it. 20 degrees while it's completely cloudy and we've had no sun. Excellent. Ba, 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 ba. Can I check what this like little side shit is? Like the goo? No. Dun 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 da 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 da. Nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see that the note had vanished. Why would I?
Objection!
I'm pretty sure it's to do with her love being killed. Definitely by this guy.
Objection!
No. Okay. I think it would be this statement. For the note, maybe?
Objection!
No. 2 poison the thing.
Objection!
Ah, 2 poison the thing! Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Yet again, the very last fucking option I have. I was going for her motive of doing it, not just what she was doing. My bad. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine.
What is strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare.
Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Even he does, he's like,
Can this be?
You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, dearie. Me!
Boom, boom, bam.
Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, very much so. She evil. Oh, well, she wants revenge, really, more so. Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth on to that pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as a part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Francis.
And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Oh, yeah. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. The need to tamper with the gas removed the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! I love how all the short characters in Ace Attorney have to stand on a crate. It's so funny. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all a part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
I'm sure the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter?
Was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Kind of a shitty plan because, you know, the person with the letter most likely would have taken it with them if they weren't this fucking complete idiot. Just after she smeared poison all over the gas pipe in your room.
Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you, and why'd you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So that's what's behind all this.
Yep. A revenge for her dear hubby.
You will show your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up the residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man, they claimed, was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing the gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
What do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds. The real people involved. And once they're abroad, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten about him.
You mean you? Duncan was?
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. That's right, they were fiancés, okay.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Marry?
See, now it makes sense when you say that. Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison all over the end of that gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Hailing so deeply, it appears that my fledgling friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say?
Oh, right, you want that? Oh, yeah. No problem, I can give you that easy peasy. I've been waiting.
You failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, my Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. 'Tis lies, oh lies, I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
but you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of a woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in my lock. The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman.
This guy.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found.
Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that secret hiding place.
Inside we found a newspaper cutting and a photograph of
An empty tin box. Oh, and an empty tin box. Not of.
Oh yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
Oh, yeah! What are you doing with that?
What the?
A fiance of color is drained from his face.
Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No,
What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It's obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it was for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness.
So, Mr. Shamsbury has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Key, because that's like, because that's the thing. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsbury at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Uh-oh. One chance? Pretty sure it's this. Yep.
That's an official police report, is it not? Selden. How'd you get a hold of that? Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly. It was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The some 1,000 pounds of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Oh, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written on his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. And that was how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. Oh, he was the cellmate. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever contains the valuables wherein.
Oh, you mean this key is...
Mr. Shakespeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
Oh, what are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
Hey!
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
Well, there's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shakespeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garreb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired armyman was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been taken by somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shakespeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Sosuke Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So, you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shakespeare, this time to oust Mr. Natsume? All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You... Oh!
Oh. Yay, we won!
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want...
Oh wait, this is...
It's in my room where I was lodging. Here, have a key to it, take it. I always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in an hour, I guess. Shakespeare.
It's mine!
What did he just say?
It's mine! That loot is mine!
Oh, he is very deranged now.
Mr. Shakespeare!
It's all lies! I don't accept any of it! Why would I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow! Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. You really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
I love how we just keep calling it the loot. There is a way.
Pardon?
We kill him. There's one way I can finish him.
No.
I'm gonna suck him off right here, right now. He's already committed the most heinous of crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece of this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where the loot's hidden. My lord!
Yes, Counsel.
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in the possession of something that could give us a clue as to where it's about. That fucking dance. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea.
The funny Mr. Sholmes powder!
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's prints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I mean, have you looked in the mirror lately?
I should think that the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Yeah, you said the exact same thing.
Oh, 'tis Sherlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since the last we'd met.
Mr. Sholmes! Does know Lord Van Zace then. Well enough to say that, something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go about in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly discovered scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues of this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities.
No!
You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In any case, sir, I used the teacup you'd been holding elementary. So, now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. What form will the sample take? Probably the key, right? We'll need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owns happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Upon my word, Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind?
Take that!
Miss Green.
Ah, me! What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions of the man's skin on its surface that we can use.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Mr. Shamspeare has one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in the former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspear.
No, no.
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa. Oh, shameful spare, despair. Be thy name.
Oh. Yeah, we've got full-on defeats again. It's nice. They didn't have it in the last game. It was so weird that we didn't have, like, full breakdowns. Now we're getting full breakdowns again. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Go to jail. Again.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods.
Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
If I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, he once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
True. I say he lives out the rest of his days in a prison cell to rot.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
The spare room's at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas.
Oh, no, that's so sad.
If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, I've been left with this bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. Had some worry-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
The place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night from freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked and no problem there. So it's like, I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? And I remembered a rumour I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating gas installations.
A rumour? You mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
You know, a little blow on a pipe and you can... They will tell all.
Anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing out on the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been, I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
Your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with and wait.
If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and I wrote him this little note of information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Sunken Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance.
It would be seen more as blackmail.
If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I'll wait to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all over around the north of the pipe. And by the time, praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Damn. That's hard. That's bars. That's bars, little British lady.
Well, Jesus fucking Christ, that was... Jeez, my God, what a downer.
I actually turn my lights on. It's a little dim.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nepalese friend.
Oh, yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sosuke Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from...
From ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's the question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
I say, let her go. Let her be free. It was only attempted murder. It didn't actually kill him. And he deserved death anyway. I mean, this is the 1900s. He's probably going to get the gallows treatment anyways. Like, just let him die.
Nah, she'll be out. She'll get out. It's attempted, and it was for revenge of a just cause. You know, that's not an excuse, but it should at least be taken into account. So maybe she'll be able to get some parole at some point or something. If they even had parole this early in the timeline. I don't even know.
Mr. Silky Natsume,
Yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We're in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty. Yippee!
There you go, Natsume. Number 2. Thank you, British Gumshoe. British Gumshoe.
Ain't no problem, pal. I love me my fish and chips, pal. You know, that's my favorite snack. Court is adjourned. Hey, I love bug snacks as much as the next guy, pal.
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
No, leave his mustache out. It looks good. Don't bring his mustache into this. You're just jealous.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you saved me from doom.
Well, I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark, dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from behind all the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something.
Wow, we've solved racism.
I've worked out why I was so attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I come to feel the same way.
I've made my decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here,
and return to Japan.
Yeah, okay, cool. Great. I was worried you might, go against the timeline here. What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
And well, he's already popular enough. I think I don't know if he's made a fortune or not, but he's definitely very successful, I think they put it.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right. Yes, it will in a way be literature. But as for now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
That's very true.
And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
Objection! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Finally, we're back to the present! We're in the past that whole time, by the way. Sosuke-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after that trial the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh! What was in the loot?
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
Listen, Mr. Naruhodo, my blacklight simply provides me a vision of the scene. This also provides a signature of all, substantial liquids. And let's just say Mr. Mustache has been quite busy with his books. I'm not sure he was reading literature at all. I mean, I guess you could call it literature. It's a type. But more so, how do I put it? A little, spicy. As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Scoffing his fish and chips.
Oh, Craigsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Early. Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be close to the truth.
So, it transpires that the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
And what's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul.
What is that? Oh.
Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar?
A collar? It's huge, though.
Look at all the gemstones in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Well, perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, if you notice the inside there, there's some dark stains.
The Hounds of the Baskervilles! Oh my god. The bee hounds blood? Uh-oh. You don't think it could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's an emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
Hurley is being a little quiet on this. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I had noticed that. I've seen that emblem somewhere before. You know, where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. It's got blood on it, so let's hand it over to the police now and return to home, of course. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Very well. Let's go on then. Iris, what's for dinner?
What? What's the matter with Sholmes? All the color's drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this. Oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Oh, yeah. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot. Hand it over now.
The Hound of the Baskervilles, oh my god, it all ties together. I've never seen a collar that large before. All those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out most to me, at least not once I noticed it. There's dark marks on the inside of the collar, the stains. Could they really have been blood?
Man, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
You look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as a basis for this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
Oh, you're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
So it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Soseki. I like the way Sosuke sounds more. It flows better. I'm gonna keep calling him Sosuke instead of Soseki. I mean, it's basically the same thing.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
Oh
With
boy.
an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh! Yes. The exhibition. I almost forgot about that. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's hop right in. We've got like 2 or so more hours. The key of knowledge. The collar was the key. 'Twas the key. The return of the great departed soul. Twisted Karma in his last bow, probably bow. And the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ep 3. Look at that big funny fucking ray gun. Case 3 onwards is peak Ace Journey.
The century
Excellent,
Great
excellent.
Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
I've heard of it, and I'm not even in this century.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
Hooray!
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
I wonder if Susano's gonna be back.
But
Or if she's gonna still be
as
in Japan.
regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
Of course, of course.
And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Coincidentally leaving out Ryunosuke's editions, because I'm sure he was talking like nonsense a second ago, but you know, whatever. We'll ignore that.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Absolutely. Of course. Oh, I'm cooking
The
now.
weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Okay, that guy on the left is definitely not evil.
We'll see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Well, I mean, steam engines not so much, but electrical power, yes.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car.
Yep, facts.
Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced
I mean,
technology.
blimps, I
A glimpse
guess.
into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
If they made this guy ginger, this would be me. Real life, but, they didn't, so. Oh, his big ray gun.
A man
course.
will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
I think he will just be beamed with a pulse of high voltage electricity. I don't think that other thing is gonna happen. Okay, live execution! Hooray!
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series
Reassembled.
of calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, never mind. This guy is definitely the victim. Look at this fancy fucker. Well, rest in peace. Well, that does look to be wood and not like metal,
But
so
a few moments from now,
I mean that might help maybe. William and Turner. Okay. Well, if we're going left to right, then this is Turner, and that was William.
these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
On the Crystal Tower behind you! Okay. Pull the lever, Kronk! Bye-bye, man. It's definitely gonna work. Fucking, he's jumping up and down in joy. Alright, who's dying? I mean, we get to see him electrocuted and killed? Oh well.
Reno, are you listening?
Oh, yes, definitely. Sorry, what was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Oh, today's paper is full of news about the Great Exhibition again.
Right, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Ellie?
Did you say something, Iris? Pray, I'm also down. Quite literally.
Oh, gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? If I knew you were here, I would already be ready to tackle the day.
I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together.
What? Why didn't you mention it before?
I love you. You're the greatest character ever invented. I love you. I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast?
Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. You see, whenever I'm alone, I tend to become quite, let's just say down in the dumps, because I'm a very social butterfly, you could say.
Thanks.
Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? You're simply missing your female companion, aren't you? Yes, a lovelorn fool you are. Let's see, yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning looks very unruly with its spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that...
Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact.
Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose.
Thanks. Again. It crossed my mind recently, and it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. I've just been wondering how much longer I'm gonna be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Early?
Okay, he's already depressed again. He's already depressed again.
Did you say something, Iris?
Back to moping. He just had one instance because he didn't realize Naruhodo, his best buddy, was there. Now they can be sad together. What's the matter with Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
Oh, no, isn't it? And the great exhibition is open. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to! Of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. You try to put in a doomsday device and they ban you from the event! What kind of bullshit is this? It's not a doomsday device. Yes, perhaps it could be used as a weapon, but I primarily use it for making toast. Sure, I could blast a hole through solid steel, but that's not the point. It lightly grazes the toast, giving it a firm, sort of grazen feel.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all.
So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. I wonder if we ever find out what he's smonking on. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place in a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of that trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Bruno? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room and the notes about Sholmes' old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me, rubbing my big fat toe when I'm exhausted, giving me a little, let's say, invigoration when I need it. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo.
Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart of the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart!
Ah, Mr. Very much not an evil presence at all. Very much definitely not evil. Ah, the delightful Lord Justice Chief. Well, not my favorite fellow.
Yeah, he's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it?
The most advanced science, the most modern technology, and the finest works of art and feats in engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things fly?
Oh, yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. Well, you see, Naruhodo. Hot air rises, and well, you can piece the rest together. I can't understand it at all.
That's true, a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science behind it being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There's a huge explosion. Still, wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of those scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
See here, every page of the paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, and the darker the shadows they are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Perhaps. Let's take a peek. Oh. The Reaper attacked. The ruffians aimed to intimidate a man of justice. Oh. Lord Van Zeek's and compatriot cornered. Lost cat! No! St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Public Health Services, Public Health Report, D. GS. King Christian the 8th. Reverse Bulldog awards prize to Michella? I think that's what that says. It's kind of hard to make out. So many glowing reports about the great exhibition that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeek's. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know more, I wonder? First test of matter transportation device. Hey, big boss. 10 pages for 1 penny? That's a steal. That's a steal. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes?
You could say that, I suppose.
Nothing more to add? It's not like you. What sort of case is it?
Ah, shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. It's the kind of case we cannot talk about. It's constipation. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually... Hey, Hey, cunt, shut the fuck up! The more mysterious and complicated case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Oh,
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions.
You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes.
Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene.
That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible.
You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact.
Yeah. Prosecutor Barak Von Zeeks. I keep switching between Van and Von. Whatever. I haven't been corrected on it, so I'll just keep on. The last case was very good. I'm not a big fan of having Sosuke as the defendant again. I was getting a little tired of him because we had him in the first case as well. Not that I don't like Sosuke, but we've just had a lot of Sosuke. But the actual case itself and the mystery was really good. I think it actually outweighs a lot of the mysteries in the first game, since that game kind of is setting up the second one. So I feel like they're kind of a tie-in package. But the actual mystery was really, really good. I liked the whole, blowing the pipes for the gas and stuff. That was very, very creative. Yes, I've been told the case 3 onwards, this is peak. So, I'm excited. They say if the Reaper is the prosecutor in the case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Day 1 trial's kind of mid, but day 2 goes unbelievably hard. Oh boy. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. Come on, you don't really believe that, do you, buddy? Our Van Zeeks? Our good-for-nothing Mr. fucking, Castlevania over here? You think he's evil? No. Alucard himself? No. Oh, actually, speaking of Alucard, I actually bought Symphony of the Night the other day. Because it was $8, so I might replay that at some point. Maybe I'll stream it. I've never beat Symphony of the Night. I really enjoyed it when I played it on Xbox 360, but I never beat it. I think I stopped after the castle flips. That's where I gave up, but up to that point, I loved it.
London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They will stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper.
There was a funny Alucard in one of your matches in DBD today? Eh? Like, they were just named Alucard? Or does DBD have Castlevania in it? Wait, I don't know of this. Is that real? Can you play as Dracul himself? The funny penguin himself? It does? That's awesome. I didn't know that. I've always really liked Castlevania. I've never been a huge fan, but I've always really liked the aesthetic. I would love a From Software Castlevania. Honestly, that would go fucking hard. But Symphony of the Night's the only one I've really, really loved. I've played Super Castlevania. I think I played an NES one, and Symphony of the Night, and that one is, like, excellent. Trevor Belmont's the survivor, but he has a skin that can turn him into Alucard. Yeah, Alucard's based. Alucard's such a stupid name, but it sounds so badass, you know? It's like, it's the dumbest fucking name, because it's just Dracula backwards, but it sounds so cool! It sounds cooler than Dracula!
a la carte. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work.
Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has never-ending supply of such scoundrels.
So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time?
Well, he's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. And with how much he, combats, his false convictions are in the hundreds. You know how many defense attorneys just give up instantly? How many innocent people he's put away because based? A lot. Quite a lot. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time.
Oh my god, is he alright then?
Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
In the article here, it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Do they really have to rhyme it?
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then.
He cornered the Alucard while he was injured, and we just looked at each other for a few seconds, then he used a perk to drop to the ground and go into the dying state. I had to respect it and left him to heal himself. Okay. No. I can't wait until tomorrow.
In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know.
But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Mr. Very Much Not Evil. Definitely not evil, ever. No, I don't think I've seen him drawn ripped very often. Wait. Is he Gooner bait? I'm gonna try avoid spoilers here. I'll just look at some art. Oh my goodness. Okay, bro's just in his evening shirt with his wine. Oh my. I'm not gonna dig too much deeper because I don't want to get spoiled, but...
Well, I must be leaving now.
Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes.
Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow.
What?
You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time.
Thought hadn't crossed my mind. But now I'm wondering where you're going.
Well then, see you later indeed.
Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door.
Follow me. Did you hear that, Iris? Oh, dear. What a jokester that Ryunosuke. Oh, dearie me.
What? Alright, Runa, I'm ready for Disney World. Let's get going.
No, what's a Disney? What are you wearing?
I've got changed to go to the Great Exhibition, and you're gonna take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Well, that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then. Oh, I'll fucking kill you. I'll clock you one, yeah?
Alright, fine. Just lower the weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go off to see the Great Exhibition.
Alright, Mickey Mouse. Whatever you say. Well, I'm guessing he's gonna let us, since, you know, we gotta have a case. I love PNG birds. Or I guess, sorry, GIF birds. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Perchance, has it been 6 months since the last game released? What was the separation of the dates? Because they keep insinuating it. I don't know. Sometimes games do that where they like reference real world time. I'm just curious if that's the case. Probably not. It's a random thought, but I don't know. Well, hold on. It was 2 years later? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Throw that theory out with the bathwater. Look at her. She's just enjoying her little book. That's adorable. Aw. What's she reading? She's actually rereading one of her scripts for, not scripts, but one of her stories to ensure that it doesn't go out with any spelling errors. It's actually not innocent at all. She's hard at work right now.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Yep.
Ah, I understand your wish to speak with me.
Oh, Lord Mr. Not Evil. I mean, the Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well?
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds.
Wow, we really waited here 4 hours? Jesus Christ, do you not have anything better to do in the 1900s? Fucking hell, you waited 4 hours for an audience? Bro, it's like evening already. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London.
Yes?
Oh no, I was actually just saying that for the audience, not for you.
Naruto, this does not bode well for your case.
Well, let me just finish. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand the preeminent status.
Thanks, I guess. As you are well aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Loaded into a lobby and there's someone named Justice for Big Gay, and I just want to say that I agree, and that's true. I do agree. Justice for Big Gay L. No, I've heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. It is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I'll be allowed to start working as defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind.
Oh no, just take a deep breath and come out with it. I'm fucking bored. You made me wait 4 fucking hours. I did my taxes when I was here. I'm only 10 years old. I guess I did Hurley's taxes.
I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, and the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
No. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Oh, here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sogi was my breast... I'm not thinking about his breasts. He was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Let's go! To be fair, I have also... Well, I mean, no, for that one case, but... I have won every case so far.
Just saying, I got to the bottom of a lot of mysteries.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful news, Bruno. I was going to say that's a wonderful ruse. Because, of course, he's not evil.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Great Germany tried to carry out... Oh, sorry, just Germany. No, I guess they're great at this point in time. They haven't done anything nasty yet. Tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Wait, he was supposed to be German? He had a British accent, didn't he? His accent definitely wasn't German. I mean, if that's what you're insinuating. Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. That's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society.
No, Odie from Garfield. Mr. O'Die as man. Wait, is that it? Mr. Die as man. Mr. Man has died. What? That is ridiculous. Mr. Die as man. He did die a man, as far as I know. A large explosion?
A man died. Oh.
No, his name was... Mr... Never mind. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain.
Oh, okay.
He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
Whoa, poop.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think?
Definitely.
Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, with Lord Van Zeeks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition.
Are you just not going to explain what this has to do with Lord Van Zeeks? Okay, alright, cool.
The next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture and science and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
And which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What?
Oh, how fascinating!
All began 15 years ago.
Bro didn't even last 2 seconds.
That more or less sums up my feelings on the matter in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is it precisely what it will be.
She just went back to reading a book. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Alright. Well, off to the prison. There he is. The warden said cell 11. Well, that's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look!
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, was it? Bro's got his harebrained schemes in order? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain?
Who are you? Sly. Press the circle button to piss, Sly.
I think that's what the voice I'm gonna give him. It goes against what his voice was, but to be fair, that went against him being German, so I'm just gonna go with fucking Bentley from Sly Cooper. I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... Yeah, it was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science when it's explained. They all leave at high velocity. Sly, you gotta believe me.
That's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. Bum 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 bum. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in an explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success!
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes! Right there in front of me, Mr. Asmund was spontaneously disassembled! And then everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However...
The machine exploded and Mr. Asmund, in fact, perished.
Yeah, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is, the large explosion that killed Mr. Asmund was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is immutably the truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once! But... Murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident! Simply an accident!
I see. I love him.
Early and I were talking this morning, you know. They said the situation would change completely depending on whether or not it was treated as an accident or a murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes. It's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder...
They'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then... they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. Well, that's why it's imperative this whole incident is to be shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Oh, I see now. But if we find out somebody tampered with the machine, then it's murder on somebody else's head, and then you will be free to go. Right? I'm sure that's probably what's gonna happen. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather, no. The devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
That's the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating!
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space-time. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it? Dare to dream of such incredible technology? Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be in the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yeah, that would be incredible.
And the next in a mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Persian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within our reach.
So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean?
Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried about the look of it.
Clearly, this is another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. Without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment.
So, are we saying that teleportation in the Ace Attorney universe is completely real?
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of...
Sorry, that just...
Because practical demonstrations cost a little money. That young scientist that you don't have.
Well, that's exactly it, yes.
Yeah, they do have spirit mediums. I think teleportation's a...
Well...
voodoo magic, super high-tech teleportation machines. I don't know, I guess it's like... one extreme to the other, I suppose.
Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him right at the time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, was it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
Well, he first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. Oh, I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications.
Bentley, not to rub salt in the wound, but I'm pretty sure that mechanic was probably the guy who, you know, tampered with the machine.
But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never have thought of taking the man's life.
Nah, no way, no. Something that's supposedly scientifically perfect, you know? Who's to say who got tampered with? Maybe he's just a crackpot. Maybe this guy's just a fucking idiot. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Alright.
Ah, fascinating, yes.
In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it's very bracing, I find.
Your word makes some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one's too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists.
That's what you call logical, is it?
Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, how could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant.
Come on, guys. Just because he's German?
Listen, what the Americans are doing with hot dogs these days, I never thought frankfurters could be so delectable. With the mustard and the ketchup and such, and the onions and oh my goodness, and the relish. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins in my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what it is.
For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. I thought he was actually going to give us some new info, but alright. Oh, we're not done, are we? Okay. Well, I guess we'll go back to Lord Justice, and... because we were supposed to go to the Great Exhibition after that, but no option's been presented. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? Oh, right. Because of the report on Van Zieks, right. Right.
The reports of overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Oh, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. He has hunted vampires in the past. He is very, very acquainted with the whip.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely. Because he's kind of our buddy, even though he's racist. He's got a reason for being racist, so we can excuse him of all racism needs.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
Well, that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks.
Oh. Wait, so he has been active without us? That's strange, because he only started coming back into the limelight when we were about.
But the man was acquitted, and no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Ah. Wait, but if he got off the hook, why was he attacked? I was like, oh, he got him put away. Great, that's probably why it happened. No, he got off. Oh, was this like a Wilson Fisk, kind of thing? Like he knew too much? a hit was put on him. Kingpin type thing.
Deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom.
It couldn't have been any of our jury members, could it have been? That old man who likes FNAF? He would never have taken any bribe. I'm sure of it. He was so excited for the FNAF 2 movie, he couldn't have.
The man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so.
Ah.
And was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman.
Oh. Poop. Oh, poop. Oh, shit. Did you just say Asman?
Asmin Gold, the streamer? Oh no, Mr. Asmin from... Oh, okay. That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Zeeks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with a mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, there's something clearly going on here.
I have Van Zeeks work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died, if not by someone's hand?
Van Zeeks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's crazy. That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course. Yes, my lord. Alright. You know what? This room really does remind me of, and I know, I'm always talking about FromSoft, but it reminds me of a boss fight in Bloodborne's DLC, I think, where it is in a giant clock tower. I think it was the DLC. I forget the name of the lady, but it's like a one-on-one NPC fight with the lady, and it was quite difficult. Actually, I don't think I had that much trouble with it, but it was definitely a difficult fight. I love to strip that big clock apart, you know. Oh, so this is his office here. Look at all his wine bottles. He'd have to have a lot. I mean, he smashes them quite regularly. Adept on every killer you currently own. Winning a match only using that character's specific perks. Ah, very good. Oh yeah, that is the thing with Dead by Daylight. You have to buy every every killer you want. I've heard nobody complain about it though, so it must be pretty fair for what you get.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yeah, it appears so.
Oh, sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that not usually awful? That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Yeah, I fucking wonder.
What are you doing here?
Not kind of, you want every character. You're telling me they don't have like a season pass or something like that where you can just get everything? It's not like a super cool ultimate edition. You get all the characters. I guess they are still coming out with DLCs, but nothing like that. Surely they got like some kind of like 3-in-1 pack or I don't know of that kind. Though when we play Dead by Daylight, we're only going to be doing the FNAF thing. Unless I get really hooked on it, then maybe more. But yeah, when the FNAF thing comes out in June, was it? Or summer? American summer. We'll be doing something of that accord where we'll be doing the FNAF stuff. Because it'll be fun. And I want to be Freddy Fazbear. Or Springtrap. I don't know who's going to be. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well.
I am.
So, who was the person over by the wall? Oh, wait, that wasn't him? It was the person over by the wall being... Are they being punished for something or other? They do packs now and then. They do season passes where you can unlock the in-game premium currency for licensed killers. Oh, okay. Do they have a Dead by Daylight Battle Pass? Actually, I think DBD came out like before Battle Passes were even like a big thing. I'm sure if DVD like was to re-release, like if they did a DVD 2, then they probably would do a Battle Pass system.
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh!
That's my apprentice. He's sitting there as his own free will.
Oh, an unannounced secondary character that is close to Van Zeek's. Definitely not the Reaper. Ha 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 ha. I'm sure he has nothing to do with the story at large at all. Ha 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 ha. You're gonna force me to do that? Oh my god. Force my fucking hand to get good at Freddy Fazbear. Well, I hope I enjoy it then, for my sake. Well, suspect number 1 for the actual Reaper. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He is very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that he is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
I see. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack?
true. Carried out by the henchmen of Odie Asman's criminal organization.
Von Zeeks hits different when he's looking down at you.
You little pitiful worm. I could crush you with a step. Bigot. Ingrate. Malefant. Worm. I could crush you with my heel for what you did to Storm.
Bro is literally Magneto-coded. Alright, I'll investigate his room.
Investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hope to kill me before that happened.
Odie Asman.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
The man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong.
Don't say it like that. You sound like a fucking idiot when you say it like that.
Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. This man really is the fabled Reaper, then. He has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. Come on, you're not even gonna suspect his random fucking little apprentice we've never heard of before in his coat with a funny Persona mask on that looks like Crow from Persona 5, and I don't even have to tell you why that's suspicious.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. What do you mean? We literally went to see him already. Uh-oh, I broke the timeline. I was supposed to come here first. Uh-oh. I broke the timeline, you guys.
Albert. Albert Hairbrain.
Yeah, that's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
Aww. Are you going to be prosecuting him? You're...
What?
I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family.
Ah, that's why. That's why he had a British accent in the cutscene. Okay.
After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out his research. That's all.
So you were students together?
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths really crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. With you, of all people, representing him. Only if I could make it out of this office alive. If only I could grip your balls with my hand, you would feel divine justice at last.
He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper's the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
What's Lord Von Von Zeke's thinking. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean.
Well, I mean, not all of them. The ones we saved are fine. Well, some of them.
Oh wait, we still don't know what happened to, the pickpocket. I forgot her name. We haven't heard anything about her. Surely she's fine. She was a great character.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society.
Yeah, Gina. Surely she didn't come under anything from Mr. Reaper over here.
People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world's a better place without them.
Alright, I get it. So your Reaper friend over there in the corner is playing role of the Punisher. Gotcha. If you fail to get somebody convicted, bro does the work for you. Got it. Well, you know, not for you. I'm sure you're unaware of it. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard-working now.
Well, there you go.
I can't deny that. Since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Oh my god, that's so badass. You're so edgy in the best way. Lord Van Zeeks. Are we done here then? Well, obviously I'm gonna examine everything, but I might have to present him with something. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there.
My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you're from around and told like they were worthless.
Yes, because of this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes.
Oh!
Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile.
Hey, but I'm mostly always right. So it's my fault. Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? Lord Van Zeek's desks look so stylish.
That's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own home.
Bro has a big-ass painting of himself. Of course he does. As you do. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features.
What did you just fucking say to me?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
I was actually gonna say he looks a little more handsome in the photo than he does. Oh, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive than they painted him.
How vain. That's not really an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious.
Oh, then who is it?
My alter ego, Captain Coolsley.
Probably his dad, uncle, grandpa, son. Okay, he's not gonna say. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're talking shit about him while he's just standing right there.
Oh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket.
Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Oh!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved.
Ugh, I really didn't think he'd overhear that. He's standing right there! Surely he's like watching them like a hog. Oh, I don't think you would overhear that. Really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
Oh, we have. This is a very Japanese thing to do. He hasn't moved a muscle since we've arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Bruno, we wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us.
He's not dead!
Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Bruno, please, you're in his office. He's standing right behind you.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, he bloody is. You saw him walk down, we talked to him. Casks in the Reaper's chamber, or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead to you? Zoinks!
What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my fine collection of fine vintages.
No, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. I like how everybody's just adverse to saying, oh yeah, it's wine. Like, it's obvious what it is. And they're going to exaggerate that it's not grape juice, like in Ace Attorney, so why can't you just say it? Like, what, is that too mature? Oh, dearie me, the game about murder is too mature for the little babies playing. Oh, boo-hoo. You can't make mention of wine. Oh, dearie me. Oh, poo. I wonder if the Japanese version dumbed it down, too. Yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. It's illegal in America. Yeah, you can't have that.
Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. If you wish to talk shit, do it behind my back like everyone else.
What? There are bats in here? Excuse me. What the fuck? Whoa! They were bats!
Yeah, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Well, I think that's everything. That was fun. Present. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Yes, it seems there was a report nearby when that little skirmish took place.
The implication that Barrett keeps a human pet. I mean, is she wrong? He's definitely freaky like that. 100%.
I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
Looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? Yeah, I had no idea there was a journalist there. Sitting in a fucking pose that would be on the front of a Dark Souls game. Like, okay, buddy. Okay, pal. You're not that guy. You're not that guy, pal.
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Definitely not a secret evil genius who has been killing everybody who we fail to apprehend. 100% not. Why would you even think that?
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? He could always be a red herring, but, I mean, it's the most... who, then, if not him? Susato? Is she the Reaper? Is she the real Reaper? She ain't even here.
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice.
I think it's Mario.
Mamma mia! I mean,
It's Marion.
Oh, look, you are to hurry then, Bruno.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
Perfect for committing crimes with. But why would you agree to take such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. Bro. Bro! Bro! You have to be a red herring. You're so evil. Look at you. I just had a random passing thought, but that is clearly conjecture. For a second, I was like, wait a minute. Couldn't be Mr. Sholmes in there, could it? That's just a random passerby thought. Because he seemed really odd, and he didn't want us to follow him where he was going this morning, and that would be a crazy, random thing to pop up. No one knows his identity. He's adept at fighting. Well, I mean, he's kind of clumsy. I don't know. It can't be it. And I love him too much to let him be a funny killer. Not again. I can't go through what happened with the other detective again. Ah! But that design is really good.
Your task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
It was kind of his attire inside there that gave me a little apprehension, like, and he didn't want us to follow him. I hope not. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. Yeah, it's really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't even give me any sort of credit, game. That was a random passerby thought. No, no, no. No, it can't be. It can't be him. No. Please, if that is Sholmes, please don't let him be the Reaper, Brett.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. I'm not gonna... No, 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 no. Not you, too. Oh, it's Hurley's twin brother! Evil! Evil Hurley. Oh!
Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Hopefully he's just doing it to investigate John Reaper here, to ensure he's not the one killing everybody, maybe, perhaps. And he is the red herring. I hope. If that is correct. What's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop and the mustache. And the jitters.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion here, don't you? There's little time before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking for Sosuke-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that, or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with such a mad scientist, did you? I should turn up for the books.
Mad scientist? Oh, you mean Professor Harebrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. That better not be fucking Mr. Sholmes over there. Yep. Very cordial indeed. Sholmes, if that's you, you just snap out of it right now, mister. Alright, are we done here then? Alright. His eyesight will suffer terribly if he's not careful. I know you've seen my...
What is it exactly?
It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least.
What's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor?
Oh, well, I don't know really.
I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh,
But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times. Not something to flaunt.
no, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Inspirational roots? I got a Chivo for that. Oh boy. Oh boy. And we're done with you, right, Bentley? Oh. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Beck Van Zeeks. What was he like when you were at university?
Talk about a leading question, Bruno.
As I said, an unassuming, extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he's the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, and all of its great aristocratic origins.
I didn't realize he had such quite noble blood.
Little darling.
Well, it was a bit of a shock when I came to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
Some sort of cow milking event, if I'm not mistaken. No! I'm sorry. I don't even know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yeah, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, and you really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it!
No, 2 squares would be 2 because it's 2 squares.
Oh, yes, I'm certain. It's true, the man perished in my machine, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years! I'm a man of science, it's all I know! You have to believe me, please! Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Bruno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Did you forget already that's where we were going? I've already got my Mickey Mouse hat on. Can't not go to Disney World now.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, innit?
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Bye, Bentley. I love doing your voice. We'll see you tomorrow.
Location is matter.
Crystal Tower.
Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I felt myself swooning 3 times.
A lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Let go of my hand. Aw. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Well, hopefully... Oh, it's Ginny!
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you this minute.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. He ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices.
Oh, you got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo! Greg Z, what are you doing up there?
Oh, great. For fuck's sakes, not you two, not at a time like this. Hey. Oh, it's you, you're here. Oh, your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? Oh, I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was wondering about his condition since he also was suspended for his dealings, trying to get that stuff for Lord Strongheart. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Great Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Bro has purchased Dracula. Dracul. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. Think they'd ever do like an Ace Attorney DLC for Dead by Daylight? Have like Von Karma be the killer. Then it's like Phoenix, Maya, Edgeworth is the survivors or something like that. That would be fun. It's like not at all horror themed, but like I don't know if that matters. That would be fun. If they did, they'd probably just do survivors. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine!
Sorry?
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. Wait, why is Ryu giving us a rundown of who this guy is? We had him he was in the last case. Was that flashback case not supposed to happen or something? Yeah, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Yeah, I love that. I especially love when they constantly flashback every 5 minutes. I love that. Capcom. Listen, I know these are all like 3DS and Game Boy games, but like, I don't need a reminder every 5 minutes. I know it seems like it. I've got bad memory, I know. But at least in the session that it's happening, I'm fine. Is it really that troubling?
Measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
Huh? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is.
You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Ono? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling?
You're not supposed to be able to read my mind, too! That's only assigned to the assistants. Also, I was just thinking, I wonder if the person that Naruhodo ends up, you know, fucking to produce Phoenix eventually, I wonder who it is. Like, if it's a character we know, or if it's just like some random lady that happens on later. I don't know. It could be stated. I mean, we still have a few cases left, but... I mean, I'm thinking it's probably either Gina or Susato. Obviously not in the moment, because they're both underage, but... I think after a few years, maybe. And it was the 1900s. I don't know what they were doing back then. God, it is so fucking hot in my room. Holy shit, I'm dying. I'm schmelting. Does the community have a consensus on this? I guess don't tell me if there is a canon one.
Want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? A consensus on who is, like, Rinosuke's partner to eventually produce Phoenix Wright. Is there, like, a common ship, I guess, if there's not a canon one? Don't think there is? Wow, kind of thinks there is. Holy fuck. I'm actually sweating bullets. I am glad I don't have a face cam at the moment. That looks so gross. Especially since I haven't showered today. I was gonna do it after stream. I assumed you'd be up into your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Let's just say for now, there is. Okay.
So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Oh shit! Wait, you're wait, you're apprenticing with our boy Gregson? Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth anyway, investigating's off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, right?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now that I encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
A lot of time to think in prison. I realised I couldn't go on like I was. Driving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear that, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective.
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, yeah?
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but weren't you guys telling me that Gina Lestrade was a inspector in Sherlock Holmes as well? Is this prophecy coming true? Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Oh, Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how I had to go for a test at Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious. Illiterate.
Oh, that's when Hurley approached Gregson and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Oh, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
A great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right there. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what ruin of that?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is. Still fine.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Phew, you don't have to worry, Odo.
If I didn't have to worry, then there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like I'm upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper's more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried, I'm totally fine. Phew, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. That's when it went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smoothly, I mean.
Boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose? It's gonna take some getting used to.
All I have to say is that I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of the flying balloons when it happened, watching from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? Yeah, no trouble at all. Oh, then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We need you on our corner.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. The machine exploded so spectacularly. How can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was? How could it have been? The damage to the Crystal Tower. Obviously, the explosion was transmitted over there. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whooping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
I'm guessing there was probably some sort of tomfoolery. I don't know if it was actually teleportation. Maybe. I don't know, though. Perhaps. Perchance. But last time when we had that time travel thing, you know, it was just a bunch of hoopla. Sorry.
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there on the scaffold. Oh, well, the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got into to start with. Well, he did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
Well, from my point of view, it just exploded over there like a bullet in a gun. That's my consensus so far. What? I don't believe it!
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs in it, but anything's possible, right, with science? Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's the plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard.
Are you sure? Someone's getting his powers. Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I have free bob off you before, so fair's fair.
Yeah, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
Yeah, naughty old Gregsy ran off without explaining himself.
Naughty old Gregsy.
Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigation?
You're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yeah, I've never heard of something like that before.
I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me out. Probably heard him giving me an earful about it from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make them so stubborn. You say something, Moto. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
On the platform above us, is he? Where the machine exploded is?
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Breaks you listen to us. Will he, though?
I mean, you, yeah. Not me. Oh. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was conducted. But, unfortunately, we will leave it there for today, everybody. I know, a tragedy. However, the time has come for us to say goodbye. It has been 5 hours, and that is how much I said I would do for today. But worry not, we're going to play some more tomorrow. And I do actually have a game in mind for tomorrow. So it'll be Ace Attorney and that, if I can get it done. Again, today was supposed to be a double stream, but I've got some editing to do since Twitch liked to disconnect my stream last time. So I gotta stitch that together and get this one uploaded and have all of that onto the Ace Attorney playlist on YouTube. I mean, fuck you, Twitch. Give me more work. Sons of bitches. Yeah, right now it's only at 89, but the stream is the 91st part. I guess 92 if you count that. interruption is making 2 separate streams. But yes. Thank you, Big Boss and Kakaiden and everybody else who tuned in today. Foolproof was here for a while, too. I will see you guys tomorrow for more Ace Attorney and that game I have in mind as well. So, thank you for tuning in. I'll see you later. Bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.